hit the mark with this announcement. They shot past it and went way, way further. All right, we're happy. Evercold looks great. That's all good. Let's talk about the dramatic changes to the game. They are shaking the foundations of Final Fantasy XIV, and in my opinion, MMOs in general. This is where we're probably going in the future, and it's looking pretty damn bright. Ever since I joined the game and been fortunate enough to spend time with CBU3, they have always taken the baby step approach to changes. They gently alter things in order to ensure that players aren't hit with major changes that could disrupt or upset them. Well, when it was announced that every single job in the game is going to be reworked and every single player is going to have to do some relearning, I would say that's a pretty dramatic shift. Far more than the eventual changing of the PS4.
They're just going to rework 14 entirely. They need to make it one button macro, or they won't be competitive with WoW, and that's what he's talking about probably. What was this? I can't believe they give you 1,000 gold for these things. Voidlight Marl, I guess, is that what that one was? Yeah. And then the Den, Sacred Home, Renown 5, Travel Over Song, Root Wave, Portal of the Void Storm, Pruning the Lattice, 50 Coffer Key Shards, 1,000 gold for Owena's belongings. We'll go do that. I keep forgetting to buy gems.
The overall goal here takes several different avenues that are all working together to get to this final ending. And that goal, to follow a more ARPG and MOBA style gameplay. And by that I mean
ARPG.
few buttons do many
Oh,
work.
yeah.
Firstly, let's talk about how you press buttons. The evolved combat mode, as they're calling it. It's headed by the newly dubbed Mr. Prime, and it's the initiative to give every job in the game around 16 buttons. And finally address the button bloat that FF14 has. I gotta tell you guys, I was so surprised when I tested the Picto and Viper at the media tour. And I talked to Yoshi P about this off camera. These brand new jobs, these modern day jobs, they still had these weird excess button issues. I know some of you will disagree and say I don't see it, but If I see 3 separate buttons to activate the Pictomancer hammer, and in every instance 2 out of those 3 buttons simply cannot be pressed, that should be 1 button. It's just silly, it's just wasteful. I felt the same way about several specs, essentially just having complete duplicates of their single target spells, but the duplicate version says it does AoE damage. They all work exactly the same and lead to the same finishes. Evolved, it merges nearly all of the filler spells into a single button. Now, we're not talking about a WoW 1-button rotation here. That's not what this is. Instead of the filler 1, 2, 3 that is your standard gameplay loop for basic combos, that's just now 1 button, as it always should have been. So what they're doing then is giving jobs much more focus on the impactful buttons that actually not only make your character do some ludicrously cool animation, but have good weight and good functionality tied to them that you'll want to think about while you're pressing your 1 combo filler. The phrase they used was freedom of rotation. I like that phrase. I think that's pretty cool. FF14 is going to be breaking the typical MMO combat meta, especially their own disliked 2-minute meta. If you're not sure what this is, nearly every job in the game lines up with 2-minute cooldowns. And what this means is that everybody just builds up to these 2-minute cooldowns and then pesters them all together to do an obscene amount of damage. And then in between those 2 minutes, you just sort of wait and prepare for the next big 2-minute window. Not only do they design bosses to accommodate these burst windows, as players will of course use them, but they cannot then change the damage flavor profile of jobs, because if you don't fit into this 2-minute meta, then you're just worse than someone who does. In MMOs, the more cooldowns you can stack on top of each other, the more damage you do, and so of course you want to put them all into these bosses that are debuffed and your friends are buffing you and all these kinds of things. It creates homogenization, it's a sterile boss creating environment, and so it's gone. They just killed it. They just decided, no, we're not going to do that anymore. From the 4 specs that were previewed in the new evolved system, none of them had some big major cooldown. Instead, they had choice. They would produce charges and resources to use when it fit, when it made sense to what you were doing in the fight. In a world where you no longer just spend 2 minutes preparing for the next big raid burst, you could simply just use them whenever it feels right, and it's not wrong. So, pros and cons of this system. Pro number 1. This should allow them to create lots of different DPS profiles, as it no longer matters to fit them into some arbitrary time window. Some jobs might get very regular sort of short mini burst damage opportunities. Other jobs will take longer to generate their big burst, but when they decide to use it, it should be more impactful than, say, somebody who uses them more regularly. And that will come down to your preference. Pro number 2. It allows them to merge spell effects without it being a detriment. In the Bard demo they did, their song that creates a shield is a DPS cooldown spell. Well, considering they
God, it looks crappy and old to me now.
don't need to bank that cooldown for the 2-minute window, they can use it not only defensively to get the shield, but also...
Well, I'm not going to watch this any longer. I don't think I can defeat 4.7 mil. Maybe there's a party for this. No, don't log me. Try one more time. I don't think so. I'll go Google it, I guess. I don't really want to worry about this. WoW Retail. Can I solo Stumpy for this hunt quest? It seems too much for me. How do I find Blackbeard Crew's third map in the game, Windrose? Oh, it's just the dig by the skeleton? Okay. Oh, this game has terraforming? Damn. I didn't know that. Cool. Silver ingots. Okay, I got this done. Good. And now we go on west, way that direction. How big is this fucking map? Jesus. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 boxes, I think, or something. No, I think it actually ends east right here. Ends easterly right here, but it runs way west. Pretty far north. I don't know. This place was really big. It is a really big fucking map.
How a person moving that fast could have stopped and fired his weapon at an officer behind him.
Covering what the corporate media covers up.
Hey, it's JT Siskowski with Status Coup. We are now days removed from the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and yet we still don't know some key details about how one of the Secret Service agents at the White House with Status Coup. We are now days removed from the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and yet we still don't know some key details about how one of the Secret Service agents at the event was shot, and also we seemingly, as a media ecosystem, cannot move beyond the propaganda that is being spun out by the Trump administration. Let's start with reporting from MS Now. 3 days after Correspondents' Dinner, FBI still unsure who shot officer outside ballroom. The FBI has not found the fragment that pierced a Secret Service officer's bulletproof vest at the White House Correspondents' Dinner on Saturday, leaving investigators unable to say for certain whether the armed attacker shot the officer or how he was injured, according to two people briefed on the probe. Now, your initial reaction, and you would be excused for thinking this, would be, JT, there was an alleged gunman, Cole Allen ran in with a shotgun, some handguns. Surely that is where the bullet fragment that is in the Secret Service agent's vest came from, right? Wrong, or at least maybe wrong, because there were also agents at the scene who fired shots. But if you are Kash Patel right now and you are auditioning for your job, isn't this a question that you want to answer as the FBI director? There's reporting that you're about to lose your job. Maybe demonstrate some kind of competency in this one important investigation. But so far, that is not the case. In its review, a Secret Service team estimated that Allen was running 9 miles an hour, one person in the briefing said, and then stumbled somehow and fell a few yards from the checkpoint. That raises the question among law enforcement professionals how a person moving that fast could have stopped and fired his weapon at an officer behind him. So the Secret Service agent who got hit was behind Allen, who had fallen as he was sprinting forward. Sprinting 9 miles an hour is, for an average person, a very fast pace. And I go out for runs, I'm averaging 6, 7 miles an hour on my runs. You know, nice little jog. He's going 9 miles an hour. That is a sprint pace for most normal people. And yet he is like turning around with a shotgun, firing, and then falling forward. Maybe the gun was accidentally discharged in the fall. We don't know. So much of this, despite there being apparently multiple witnesses, remains beyond the FBI's ability to answer even these basic questions. At a Monday news conference, Blanche said Allen had been charged with discharging a firearm during a crime of violence because the FBI determined he fired a single shell from the shotgun he was carrying. But, he said, authorities were not prepared to say whether that was the shot that hit the Secret Service agent's body armor. Quote, "We want to get that right," he said. Quote, "So we're still looking at that," unquote. Quote, "All the evidence is being examined very carefully and expeditiously, and we'll know more soon. We do believe that, as the complaint lays out, that the suspect that the defendant fired out of his shotgun, and we know that that happened." Blanche said that the shotgun shell had not been ejected from the weapon, meaning the attacker didn't cock and reload it. Blanche said investigators determined that the agent who was shot fired 5 rounds at the suspect, none of which hit him. But he said they could not be sure those were the only rounds fired by law enforcement officers. Quote, "When you fire a bullet, it ends up somewhere," quote, he said. "Sometimes you find it, sometimes you don't." Sometimes you don't, I guess, Todd Blanche. You would think you would want to get to the bottom of this as quickly and efficiently and decisively as possible, and yet the media falling prey, despite the Trump administration showing that it is behaving in a rather buffoon-like manner in how it handles this investigation, the media is still willingly swallowing what the Trump administration is pumping out in terms of propaganda about who the alleged shooter, Cole Allen, was. And journalist Ken Klippenstein, another independent reporter from my home state of Wisconsin, does some excellent reporting about who Allen actually was. Quote, Allen, his social media posts reveal, was not singularly focused on Trump. He had plenty of contempt for Democratic leaders, too. This despite the Trump administration wanting to paint Allen as some sort of left-wing lunatic fringe candidate, and therefore the entire left-wing political movement needs to be demonized, as they are wont to do when given any kind of crisis that they respond to. No, Allen's own social media posts, as Ken is reporting here, paint a far more complicated picture of an everyman in this country. A contempt for both parties that, far from being fringe, actually puts squarely in the majority of American opinion. By early 2025, the Democratic Party had sunk to historic lows, 27% approval in NBC News polling, 29% at CNN, the lowest in CNN's polling since 1992. A Pew survey found 59% of Democrats disapproved of their own congressional leadership. That's more than 25 million American voters, according to the latest numbers. Allen is just like so many people in this country and disillusioned with both political parties, because both political parties are corrupt and both political parties are not responding to the moment and actually helping people. If this is the extent to which Democratic leadership is willing to
Captain,
lead.
what the
It is
hell?
time to form an actual third party. You ever dreamed of a third party in this country that holds power? Well, the Trump administration will apparently like to paint you as Cole Allen is being alleged here as some sort of a crazed lunatic gunman with murderous intent. At this point, might be faster to replace it with a new party. Call it the Do Something Party. I don't know, he said in another post, one of countless hints at his frustration with political inaction. Quote, if this is the level of analysis coming out of the leaders of the Dem Party, might need an entirely new party, 2BH. He said in another post, quote, I swear the Democrat Party does not comprehend the concept of priorities, he wrote on February 13th. And, quote, is there such a thing as a vote of no confidence for Senate Minority Leader, unquote. I will note that there were also posts and reposts that Allen did on his Blue Sky account that indicated he was quite invested in the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, for instance. He's very invested in that war. I would also note that he was disparaging of some left-wing movements as well, notably protest movements. So the idea that Cole Allen can be neatly put in a partisan box.
2 shots,
someone
bitch.
who thinks that the rational solution to the current political outlay is to pick up a gun, take a train to Washington, and then stay in a hotel and then try to kill people who are at an event in that hotel, that is the rational way for long-term sustainable political change in this country. I think you're going to be pretty hard-pressed to do that, and yet we have seen, even from outlets like MS Now that I was just highlighting earlier, those same outlets and reporters for those outlets are all too inclined to feature the Trump administration's framing here, that Cole Allen was in some way some sort of crazed leftist, anti-Christian,
yours, Captain.
like hardcore Democrat, when, if anything, he is just emblematic of a broader emotion in this country that is people fed up with the political norms. This is the third assassination attempt in as many years that we have seen on Donald Trump. There were 2 assassins who, one fired bullets at Butler, Pennsylvania, another was fired out in Mar-a-Lago, both in 2024, and now Cole Allen here in 2026 We are going to continue to lift up the voices of people who are feeling alienated and unserved by the political process, because dealing with that issue head on and honestly is what all media should be doing in this country. I share my belief, and my belief not only that is important, but that there needs to be more on the ground reporting the way that we do it here at Status Coup. Please go to statuscoup.com/join. For as low as $5 a month, you go to support us and keep us editorially independent and on the ground.
God damn, this game is fun.
Journalism.
Set for sale.
I haven't like dinged or anything, have I? No. Nobody came, huh? I'm gonna sit here for like an hour. I'm not gonna bug him. I don't need him to do that. Yeah, we're doing okay on room here. Yeah, I'll put some of this stuff in here. I'll put completed stacks in my inventory. I could always go dump loot at the next place. Or
Helm's
whatever.
yours, Captain. Blast the hull!
What the hell is that?
Captain at the helm! Get the wind! Man the cannons!
Wait, you can man the cannons? Wait, what? How did I man the cannons?
Lead off speed!
So hold up a minute. In Wimrose, I just got my ship sailors to man my cannons, and I didn't even know you could do that. I don't know what button I pressed. Can you tell me? On PC?
Yay! Not bad, boys!
Oh.
Come all you bold young No more crowing!
Ship management menu. Um. Oh, okay, so... Oh, God, are you serious? Maybe I have to change my settings again. Really? Oh, is it spacebar?
Helm's yours, Captain. Here we go. All hands! Way! Come on! Who as I was a road. Now, lads! All at once! Now, lads! Oh, whiskey. Leave it. Now, lads. Roads to rest, lads.
There.
Here we go,
Okay,
the
so
song.
there's signs of. Oh, I didn't know you could do that. I don't know how to tell them to...
The ship's under your hand, Captain.
How did I do what I did?
All right, stop. Helm's yours, Captain. Reeve the canvas.
Fuck. no. Oh, something got me for 45k. What could have got me for 45k? That was a lot of aggro. Oh, there goes one of my lives. I may not like this one. I don't know. Where are you supposed to go? I suppose I should prep for this. Oh, no, that's not too good. Level 7 Black Rares. I went too far north. Oops. I should have paid attention, but I did reveal some map.
Hear this! Oh, Maggie, Maggie May, they're taking you away. You slay upon Van Diemen's cruel shore. Oh, you're on so many whalers and many drunken sailors, but you'll never cruise round Liverpool no more. Now come here, all you sailors bold, and listen to me tell. I know you all will sadly pity me, for I was a ruddy fool in the port of Liverpool on the voyage when I first paid off from sea. I was paid off at the home for a voyage from Sierra Leone. £2.10 a month had been my pay. As I jingled in me tin, I was sadly taken in by a lady of the name of Maggie May. Oh, Maggie, Maggie May, they've taken you away to slay upon Van Diemen's cruel shore. Oh, you're on so many whalers and many drunken sailors, but you'll never cruise round Liverpool no more. When I steered into her, no, I hadn't got a care. I was cruising up and down old Cannon Place. She was dressed in a gown so fine, like a frigate on the line, and I'd been just to see the Mandy chase. Well, next morning when I awoke and I found that I was broke, I hadn't got a penny I could find. So I had to pawn me suit, me Johns and me bolts, down in the Park Lane pawn shop number 9. Oh, Maggie, Maggie May, they've taken you away to slay upon Van Diemen's cruel shore. Oh, you're on so many whalers and many drunken sailors, but you'll never cruise round Liverpool no more. Oh, you thieving Maggie May, you robbed me of big pay when I slept with you last night ashore. Oh, it's guilty the jury found her of robbing a homeward bounder, and she'll never sailor lad. He only was too glad that they sent the old horde out to Botany Bay. Oh, Maggie, Maggie May, they're taking you away to slave upon Van Diemen's cruel shore. Oh, you're up so many whalers and many drunken sailors, but you'll never cruise round Liverpool no more. Yay, boys! Call all hands to man the capstan. See the cable run down clear. Heave away and with the will, boys, for Tortuga we will steer. And we'll sing in joyful chorus in the watches of the night. And we'll sight shores of Tortuga when the great dawn brings the light. Rolling home, rolling home, rolling home across the sea. Rolling home to dear Tortuga, rolling home, dear land to thee. Up aloft,
Can't believe how many there
the
are.
rigging, blows the loud exulting gale, like a bird's
Fuck.
wide outstretched pinions, spreads on high the swelling sail, and the wild waves left behind us seem to murmur as they flow. There are loving hearts that wait you in the land to which you go. Rolling home, rolling home, rolling home across the sea. Rolling home to dear Tortuga, rolling home to land to thee. Many thousand miles behind us, many thousand miles before, ancient ocean heaves to waft us to the well-remembered shore. Cheer up, Jack, bright smiles await you from the fairest of the fair, and her loving eyes will greet you with kind welcomes everywhere. Rolling home, rolling home, rolling home across the sea. Rolling home to dear Tortuga, rolling home, dear land to thee. Hear this! I thought I heard the old man say, leave her, Johnny, leave her. Tomorrow ye will get your pay, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Do your pose!
Beautiful, the sun's rising. keep getting aggroed in the center. I don't know where it is I'm going. Oh, okay. So we're just like skirting this whole thing. I hope I can do this one. I'll have to go out and delve again, I guess. I don't think I have enough lives. I don't know. Maybe. If I tank and healer, which will take fucking forever. I don't know. He can handle a lot. I just can't handle more than one. This fear is what got me killed last time. What kind of tank are you? You're just letting this thing wail on me. Nemesis Strongbox upgraded. Oh, I'm completely full. Let's just fast travel home and then break it again. I love this game. It's not interested in wasting your fucking time walking or sailing. I don't see how travel, like, stimulates or challenges humans in a video game, kind of. Once you've done it the first time, then it's just like, oh, I gotta go do this trip again. And it's like, nah, just let me go home. Here, just pull the boat. Oh, what's that? The hell was that? Oh, right, but I'm full. Oops. So... I better not die.
There aren't many video game companies I just genuinely dislike. Products or games, sure. For an actual company, it's pretty rare, all things considered. But detectives, I've brought you a case that comes from one of my most hated video game developers, Studio Wildcard. And one I was trying to light the fire about shortly after it snuck another game into early access, December of 2018. And while from afar these things might seem unrelated, as that game was titled Atlas and developed by Grapeshot Games, but Grapeshot Games was led by the main developers behind Studio Wildcard, and was erected as a sister studio to facilitate the development of their next big survival game, one that was bragged to be quite MMO-like and feature up to 40,000 players simultaneously. Atlas might have had a bit of a sneak release into early access, as I said, but its hype was immeasurable, both from the major streamers covering it and what the game was promising. A survival online experience that was like no other. You could be a pirate, have AI crew to assist you, capture territory, all in the name of booty. And it was a hefty promise, but a super alluring one nonetheless. But the booty wasn't what was expected. Damn you, yoga pants and angles. And in under a year, the game would drop below 5 figures in population, or it would never again climb above this 5 years later, after some rather lukewarm updates. Atlas would be abandoned by Wildcard, I mean Grapeshot Games, and since then, as of 2026, hasn't received an update. Abandoned seemingly for the upcoming Arc 2 game. That's why we're featuring Atlas on the Death of a Game series, a series where we investigate the largest contributing factors to a game or company's death or dying, utilizing a timeline of events filled with clues, developer testimonies, and of course, most important of all, detective intuition. This all culminates in a final deduction, where we, as classic detectives do, crack the case for good. You know, in case any of you missed any of the clues. Without further delaying, detectives to the sails. We have a case to solve on the blue seas. The story begins back in the summer of 2015, and that's because that's when Studio Wildcard really entered the major gaming ethos. After they would launch their first game, Ark Survival Evolved, June 2nd, 2015. Ark to me is one of the most interesting stories in gaming, and perhaps not for the reasons you might expect.
Not me!
I was an early adopter to Ark, early access or not. I hadn't had the chance to play a survival game with dinosaurs, and thought that the idea that you could train them was novel and unique, and it piqued my interest. And to be blunt, Ark Survival Evolved, in my experience playing it, after a few dozen hours as a veteran survival gamer elite dude, was pretty negative. The game was a total jank fest, with constant random hiccups, poor animations leading to weird looking combat and characters, and being hit when you thought you couldn't be. The amount of bugs in this game are absolutely absurd, and eventually can make it unplayable for the players who enjoyed the game previously, like me. Look, I was enjoying my experience at first, and then some dinosaur of mine were moved around one night due to a server reset or something like that, and were now hanging out of a part of the wall. When I woke, as you would expect, literally everything was gone because they had been killed. But I'm resilient, or autistic, or both, and I decided I wouldn't give up there. My friends and I made makeshift boats and sailed the seas in an effort to avoid this. This went really well, for a time. And then again, while logging off, suddenly we were found, while still moving in the middle of nowhere, which screamed DSP to me, as a very common survival game hack, and one that Ark was a victim to. And that's also when I started getting zerged more by the Chinese player base, who wasn't region locked and was able to just dominate the other servers. There
I'm going to die and
hour-long
lose this.
compilations filled with bugs, glitches, and exploits in Ark Survival. And the saddest part is, The reason I can't really support the company is they still haven't even ironed all of them out. Instead, they ended up eventually redoing their game with an expansion sequel of sorts, not before launching a new DLC map before they ever even exited early access. Totally scummy activity, but the reason the game is interesting, besides actually providing some decent innovative gameplay at times, is that it has managed to sell a whopping 30+ million copies, not counting like the other 30 or 40 million that were given away for free. That makes Ark one of the most successful survival games ever, despite their shaky foundations. This overwhelming success, warts or not, would lead to a major acquisition, coming from an unlikely source in China, Snail Games, who would acquire Wildcard back in January of 2017. Titled fully as Suzhou Snail Digital Technology and founded back in 2014 as one of the first online video game developers in China, though it existed before that in another form and helped push online titles like Age of Wushu and Heroes of Gaia Online, classic MMORPGs from China, a lesser-known region in this genre. But the reason I mention this, besides just, the acquisition being relevant and the new key holders, is that Snail Games was one of the developers behind one of the most overhyped and underdelivered online RPGs or survival games ever. One that deserves its own episode in the series, Dark and Light, a now abandoned game that was originally started as a project back in 2008 and wouldn't launch until 2017, where it felt and looked nothing like it was advertised. Snail Games now being in charge of Studio Wildcard meant this could happen again. Ark Survival Evolved would eventually fully launch in August of 2017. They would then follow the launch up with 2 more DLCs in quick succession. I just don't like this sort of thing because if this was already an unfinished game now just supposedly finished, why are you nickel and diming your audience already when these could have just been originally included, right? Including the pre-launch DLC they sold? Studio Wildcard would go later on to release the shit show that was Ark Survival Ascended.
This is the most fun WoW's combat's ever been to me.
Instead, it receives mixed reviews on Steam and is one of the most hated Wildcard projects in general. Studio Wildcard would announce a new game, departing the Ark Survival IP, but featuring the same developers, same engine, and as we'll find out later, much more that was the same. Atlas was showcased with a trailer debut at the Game Awards, December 7th, 2018. The catch being, it was set to release just 1 week later. And what was being advertised and showcased was seriously hype-worthy. You had the promise of 40,000 players in the same world, and more. The promise of a game that went above and beyond what other games before it had been able to accomplish. That was make a survival game that also allows for you to explore a vast ocean filled with new islands to explore, booty to plunder, booty, and pirates and players to contest with. The trailer, simply put, was an online RPG trailer done right. Plenty of
Hey, look, it's Winrose.
pirate epicness to go around, highlighting the community and scale of the game, and adding plenty of scenes that create senses of wonder, of mystery, and exploration to come. Really, the Atlas trailer did a fantastic job of selling a what could be. But while that might sound a bit harsh, in a sense, the biggest issue I have with Atlas is despite being developed by Grapeshot Games, it literally has the exact same lead developers working on it from Studio Wildcard, just like Arcade. And this wasn't even a hidden secret. That means that players who decided to buy into the game were taking a serious risk on when things would be delivered and in what state. In fact, in an interview before launch, Jesse Rapsak, the co-creative director on Ark and a founder of Wildcard, stated that Atlas would play a lot like Ark, because it was made from the same DNA. So there were some early clues present about what the game would look like, and where it came from too. Early access launch would occur for Atlas December 13th, 2018. What came next was one of the most shifty-turny launches ever, mimicking the waves you must conquer upon loading into the world. Well, if you're even able to load in. First, the game never launched on the 13th. It actually launched way later, on the 22nd, nearly 10 days later due to constant delays from Grapeshot Games at like the final hour. And when it did finally launch, the servers were down for hours, with people unable to play anything. Now you might be saying, hey, it's early access, and most MMORPGs, as many people were calling Atlas, no, smartly not the actual developers, though they would call it things like MMO-like and just allow other people, including marketing, to call it an MMORPG no problem. They always had problems at launch. Atlas was having problems like no other launched product. And the early access excuse doesn't apply here when Studio Wildcard has made hundreds of millions and they have a publisher paying bills. Why not just take time and make a good game? I mean, players were struggling to even play the game, or connect to the Starter Zone server, which by the way, was capped at just 150 players, and separated from the main game servers, making it virtually unplayable for players stuck in queues in the thousands for just 150 players. But before I dive more into the gameplay and technical issues and design problems, let's talk about the general reception for Atlas. Usually I use aggregate review website Metacritic to lead the charge for critical reviews, but very few critics even covered Atlas, one of which, IGN, who would rate Atlas at a 4.8 out of 10, calling it bad, and saying it was far too willing to unfairly destroy hard-earned progress to justify investing time into it. Though they would harshly call the combat poor and explain they saw no answers to the problems presented in Ark Survival. Presented here, yet again. Like in my opinion, Chinese clans dominating land and servers to the point that players couldn't even take any land since landable land was very infrequent and offlining any of their competition past the point of, well, competition. The actual player reception for Atlas on Steam was rated at a 46% from nearly 20,000 players. The base gameplay of Atlas was remarkably similar to that of Ark, in the sense that the combat was incredibly janky and barely serviceable, but the game genuinely was filled with enough interesting looking things that made you want to explore the world regardless. But the entire gathering, processing stuff, and even the UI itself came straight from Ark. And if that seems like an exaggeration, in fact, some players were able to identify that there was a secret accessible menu in Atlas, and this menu told everything. If you grabbed a controller on the Xbox and just scrolled your menu down until you found an invisible button named Exit that was located on the main screen. This secret Ark menu would allow for players to load up Atlas in Ark, as if it was just an add-on, or expansion to Ark. This is the exact same menu in Ark itself, giving credence to many players' claim that Atlas wasn't just built on Ark's foundations and spirit, but literally built in it, and used as the jump-off point to launch an entirely new and different game instead of a new expansion. This allows them to sell Atlas at a higher price, and also potentially open it up to new sources of revenue, but naturally is devoid of any actual ethics. A classic studio wildcard move. But the game was able to sell over 1 million copies, and reached an impressive 58,000 players peak, so Wildcard, or Popshot, had been given more time and more leeway to continue doing what they seemingly did best, moving on to the next moneymaker and not giving a damn about customer satisfaction. And sorry, when the first thing out of Jeremy Stieglitz's mouth, another founder and lead developer from Ark, post-launch is just, well, we just didn't know how things were going to be until the real players came. That's just a silly excuse, because you could have just held a beta and not charged people for a subpar unfinished Ark DLC. Now, although the entire combat in Atlas, including the ship combat, was worse than Sea of Thieves in my opinion, and that's saying something, the actual traversing and customization with the ships was actually pretty good, allowing you to customize directions of sails by degrees, and even build on top of a ship, which essentially was an extension of Ark, since that's what I used to do and make makeshift boats in that game. But really, this was a scenario where the MP market, or multiplayer market for pirate games, is so small and not competitive. That Atlas doing good here was probably maybe more due to that, since it wasn't offering anything newer or sexier than Assassin's Creed Black Flag, which dropped way back in 2013 and became one of the more unlikeliest hits, as it featured incredible pirate gameplay, including with
Gonna get my cat in here. I'll be right back. Am I safe where I am? I think I am. Maybe not. Maybe I should get up, like, somewhere. I don't know. I've got 2 lives.
ships. A game that's actually currently being remastered, by the way, so will probably make waves again. But whatever waves were created in Atlas were small and insignificant. The game had tons of systems in it, but none of them were seemingly deep enough to keep players interested. Past how absurdly long the game took to grind in, and even that was hard when you had nowhere to live safely, besides what would later be expanded upon. Free ports, which wouldn't allow for players past level 8 to live in them. So don't worry, just only 72 more levels to go. And this is where the concept of virtual world as a pirate-focused game kind of falls a bit on its face. First, you might be confused by my virtual world classing, or even mention, but that's because Atlas clearly is not a virtual world that's massive, like an MMORPG. It's a smaller one. Something probably closer to like just an online RPG, the little brother, because 150 players is nowhere near a massive amount of players by comparison to what the actual term was meant and defined when it was first created. And when you even get more than just like a dozen players in Atlas anyway in your zone, you're met with uncontrollable lag, an utter failure in what was advertised. 40,000 players in a massive world simultaneously. And the pirating-focused game part is problematic because, well, pirating was an activity that was illegal, that existed because of lapses in security at sea historically. The age of exploration, and the desire for profit, of course. If your game is just about pirating, it's essentially a zero-sum game designed to burn people out eventually, since everyone's going to get pirated. Instead, more realistically or idealistically, you want a more fleshed-out world where pirating is just kind of like one of the major activities, like an arcade, an MMORPG, by the way. You even see this in Sea of Thieves, when it runs into issues of their player base complaining about the fact that they can be, wait for it, pirated. So the shelf life of Atlas versus something like Ark, which was in its simplest form just about building little playhouses for your usually murderous dinos, which was something that all kinds of players and temperaments could enjoy, by comparison. Really, by separating Atlas from Ark, they doomed Atlas realistically, as it was clearly never going to get the same level of love or focus as their main moneymaker Ark did, which was far more generally appealing. And while you might argue a spin-off game here and there is fine, Atlas was designed to be a massive game, at least sort of. So it needed a lot more than just a little bit of players to work. And just when things couldn't get any worse because, well, the game just wasn't simply ready to be sold as a product and wasn't that fun, just days after launching would be news that Atlas would have its servers taken down due to a hack attack, where players were reportedly able to hack an admin account and spawn World War II tanks and planes, which was possible through its dev kit system in the game. This was just the beginning, though, of a litany of technical issues that would be abundant in Atlas, a game that has multiple videos dedicated to streamers streaming the game to thousands of players, I might add, encountering game-breaking bugs, such as items, ships, or animals just disappearing, or players being able to force crash you when in melee range with them, such as the CSCG clan, or the sheer amount of map-clipping bugs. But past that stuff, the game was just so janky. You have players being killed by fauna that is so absurdly leveled it looks like a cruel joke in a game where you can lose everything. Finally, you have this terribly tacked on vitamins and hunger system that you have to manage your vitals every 5 minutes with. Something that happens more in real life and is even worse than something like The Sims. Atlas was just an exercise in pain that eventually, even if you found some early fun with, was gonna burn you. It was like the worst parts of Ark made even worse. But Grapeshot Games kept urging everyone that the game was in early access, and that they were intent on updating it to a more satisfactory state. Or I guess that last part was sort of implied. Atlas would drop a new mega update in the spring of 2019, just after their launch, adding about 40% new landmass to the game in an attempt to address how little landmass was claimable and able to build on. And a new cooperative mode was introduced called Colonies, so players could better enjoy the game, though I should note that Atlas already offered both PvP and PvE servers. The 1.5 update was a hefty one, but updates have to be heavy when your game is so completely and clearly unfinished. That's where it's hard for me to pat you on the back for, checks notes, developing the game. The problem was Wildcard had managed to convince thousands of players that that was an okay way to do business, and so players were getting accustomed to it or already were. Atlas would do something interesting during their Blackwood update in the summer of 2019, where they would introduce a single-player mode to the game, allowing you to also co-op with a player on a non-dedicated server. This would allow for players who wouldn't get into the game because of the huge focus on grouping and larger scale to play and enjoy the game, something an actual MMORPG can't really offer. So this is where Atlas not being one, and instead just being a survival game, is actually a good thing. though the single-player mode was reportedly broken shortly after, and seemingly never got updated or added to the game's future roadmap for content. The population of Atlas, which was only playable on Xbox and PC on Steam or PC, was now merely just 10,000 players peak, where it would never again rise above 5 figures. The population would jump up a bit after falling down to merely just 2,900 players peak due to the announcement of the Xbox and PC crossplay implementation in October 2019, and then jump back up to 8,100 players peak. A major update coinciding with Season 4, the Maelstrom update, would drop June 29, 2020, and introduce a new map to the game. Well, not in the traditional wildcard way where it was just optional. Instead, it just replaced the original map instead. But this wasn't the only major change to happen with this update. Not only would they wipe the game, removing players' current levels of progression, they would remove the remaining PvE servers and decide to just simply have one global PvE server instead. Now, I don't know the numbers for the PvE servers at the time, but even if they were super low, Grapeshot had to know that this was going to piss people off. Especially like the super elite wannabe gamers who think having a really good ping in a game that they don't need it in, like a PvE server focused game, would even matter. But seriously though, this was a change in direction for Atlas, and one that I disagreed with. Sure, pirating typically does focus more on player versus player interactions, but Atlas could have been unique there, like they were with Ark and the Dinos, and gave players a world they could pirate without having to murder every single player in sight. Instead, it was a game that got even more dominated by elite Chinese guilds than Ark was, due to how much grinding was a severe barrier in the game, like for example, getting a boat, where a souped-up 1,000-hour warrior would be awaiting your corpse outside of the free port. Studio Wildcard was still suffering from the success of Ark on Steam, at just under 100,000 players peak on Steam as of the end of 2020. Then, catching Atlas players probably by surprise would be the announcement of a sequel to the immensely popular Ark, Ark 2, set to launch something like 8 years into the future. Development would start on that project, but not exactly end for Ark proper either, as it would eventually be ported completely over to UE5, with Survival Ascended a few years later. Studio Wildcard had a lot on their plate, and it's likely that their main development force had shifted to these other projects over Atlas, a game that even after a good trade system update would just, by the end of 2020, barely top out at 4,500 players peak. That might sound like really bleak, but remember, Atlas sold like 30 or 40 times less than its bigger brother Ark. It was orders of magnitude smaller in population and in sales, which wasn't going to be attractive to a money-making focused company like Wildcard Studio, who I've never personally seen have any real community presence or real quality customer service of any note. And how I wrote this last bit sounds like Grapeshot gradually arrived at this decision or something, but if you look at this chart, 2020 would have 10 times less updates than the year prior, and this number would only continue to gradually decrease. Less frequent updates or not, Atlas would still manage to push out one more major update in October 2021, titled the Sea of Wonders update. A great additional content update to the game, to be honest, but it was like the one that they had done that year. And the game was still starving for enough content to be worthy of a full-priced game, let alone feed its rabid fan base still left playing the game even as infrequent as they were. A player base that was now at under 3,000 players peak. Sea of Wonders essentially redid the game's mapping system, giving it our map, effectively, and also greatly increasing the level cap in the game. The roadmap announcement in the spring of 2022 didn't make things any better or more optimistic for the fading player base either, as Wildcard Studio was back at what they did best, adding way too many systems and additional content to the game without ever fixing what they already implemented. 2 more wipes would hit, first in the spring of 2022, and then in the fall of 2022. And these wipes, while arguably understood because the game was in early access, again, that was kind of a fallacy, because this should be a fully developed game, and wiping your game while bragging about exploration and progression is just about guaranteed to piss off your little remaining player base, which had now dropped below 3,000 players peak, and just 1,100 players on average.
This is my favorite one.
These little wipes were actually providing some
because there's no walking,
and since the game was not bringing in many new players or having that much new content, it was kind of keeping it novel in a sense for players who already experienced the majority of the game. So there was a little bit of a slight method to the madness, though just a band-aid fix you kept ripping off and putting back on. This was up until Season 12's wipe, in which you never see the population recover again, now starting to fall below 2,000 players peak. Patch 560.3 was a major patch in the summer of 2023, but what's nuts about the patch, still being dedicated to fixing exploits, crashes, and etc., is that at the bottom, you have Grapeshot still noting how they were in early access. Guys, the game launched 4 years ago. Why on earth would that even be remotely close to a good excuse anymore? and even ever was.
Moving to
It's
Stargate.
absolutely
Warp
absurd.
drive active.
Season 13 would hit in the summer of 2023 and introduce a new wipe. Literally nothing else. It also fittingly would be the last update for the game, a game that never actually left early access. But as much as I want to do that as a big reveal or something, you know, so you guys could be like, wow, I didn't see that coming. Let's be honest, you detectives figured out that that was coming long ago, right? Not only would Studio Wildcard, who I keep wanting to call Studio, abandon Atlas, they wouldn't even have the gumption or
Approaching
cojones to
Stargate.
admit that they did, and the game would remain in a limbo state as it still remains. Fast forward 3 more years, and as of 2026, the game barely has 500 people or less playing it at peak, possibly still clinging on to an idea that they loved more than the game itself. But the timeline has come to an end, detectives, and we have reached the most important part of this video. Let's be honest. The moment we all get to feel like our own hero of our own stories, where we deduce the major reasons in this case. Atlas, a pirate survival game, has failed and been abandoned by its developers, and we need to answer why. Well, in case you missed any of the clues along the way, Studio Wildcard overpromised and underdelivered by a long shot. Early access, come on guys, I'm a work in progress. A poor base design, puddle deep systems, but dozens of them abandoned. Well, maybe now you guys have a better understanding of why I'm not a big fan of Studio Wildcard or any of their offshoots. This is where I would like to also remind everyone, what detective have you ever followed, watched, or observed in popular media or in even real life who didn't have personal cases? Naturally, we have our expertise in certain places like a talent tree in an MMORPG, and that means when you have a personal case, you are getting even more passion and detail than you otherwise would. The more details I already know, the better. It's not like detective powers just shut off when more personal bias is introduced. You can still balance that. And you can't show me a single detective that doesn't operate with some level of, you know, human bias, like a human does. So I disliked Studio Wildcard, sure, as I said as much at the top. But there were legitimate reasons for that hopefully I made clear. So covering them here was also like a mixture of like pain and delight. To finally show you guys why I think they are such a problem. And the chance to challenge myself to see if that premise was actually as true as I thought it was. And well, I will let you guys be the judge, detectives. We have many more cases to cover, and I must go. Let me know in the comments below what you thought of Atlas as a game, and if you played it or observed it, and why you think the game failed in case I missed anything. Until the next case.
"6 miles to the target area. I want everyone to stick to the main road. Stay alert."
Autopilot jumping.
Delves tier 10. I got it without dying. Yeah. Gonna get some more gear now. I like Delves.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
It gives me the healing I've been looking for. Elderbroom Lantern. It's an offhand though. Crimson Blessing and Delves until you complete. Next one, you're granted an additional life. Oh, go. I have better chances. Ebon Crown of Subjugation. Ooh, new boots. That's good. That's good.
Approaching Stargate.
New boots. 240. Cool. I didn't know I could do this. Just heal an NPC as we run like delves and stuff. That's cool. Oh, come on, give me something else. Oh, it's a new trinket.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oh yeah, now we can just leave. It's getting to the point where I have to tank and heal, but that's okay.
Approaching Stargate.
It's a shame this one isn't bountiful anymore. There's one last bountiful, but I don't know how to get there. 9 hours to do it. Maybe I should try again. I couldn't find this place. I'm trying to do Porhelion Plaza Delve on WoW Retail. And when I get there, there's a door and I can't get through it. Do you know anything about that? I can't seem to find it, or I can't get in.
Autopilot jumping.
Do I have cords? Do I do? Okay, this marks the actual doorway. Okay, that's helpful, yeah. So, okay, good. Now I go back. It's better weather to do some digging. I love this fucking game. This is one of the best games I've ever bought, I think. If it took me this fast, took my interest this fast, it's a good game. Oh no, I guess I need to summon my ship here. So fucking cool. Now,
Approaching station.
Helm's yours, Cotton.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
I don't know, maybe I should try that thing. Select a relic to pursue. Bloom. Wait, a relic staff? So the Ark people made a pirate game, and I didn't know that. That's crazy. I missed that one. David Cross is fed up with Bill Maher's BS. But I'm gonna go George this before BioWare lost the plot critique. Did Jordan Peterson die? The Surf Times.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to Windrose. Thanks
Thank
for
you,
joining me.
Wobblepop
Hope
Gaming.
everyone's
I'd like
doing
to
good.
sub to your
I'm
channel.
doing
God damn, we got
great.
11,000 views on
Today,
this.
we're going to talk about a few tips, tricks, and how to cheese some of the NPCs. Not some, all. How to cheese all the NPCs, including animals, except for the boss. I was unable to do it with the boss, to make life a little easier and hopefully not get you killed more often than you need to. We're going to start with talking about shelves and storage, and then we'll talk about the disassembler, fast traveling and the locations, ships and what's best or what might be best for your playstyle, the most important factions to start with, and defeating Richards. Our journal, revenge is best served cold. Defeating Richards right here. He took me about 9 tries. He's very, very, very strong. And I'll give you a quick clip when we get to him. He is beat, by the way. But I have some clips of it. Right now, let's talk about the storage. Now, it's not new. We do it in many survival games, many crafting builder games. But get it off the floor so it's not in your face. You're not stumbling around. Just put it on the wall. These are shelves. These are windows. They don't have the shelves, but just go to building. Go to, where is that? Oh, decoration. And you have shelves here. Right now I have these over the windows. They're pretty long, so you can't fit between the windows right here. You can see in the background the windows. But you can use these. And they fit between them. Like so. And then grab your storage. I've been using these mostly just because I like the way they look. And it's kind of a pain in the butt to get them up here. Let's see, right? Yeah, that'll work just for presentation reasons. But yeah, up off the floor. Looks nice. This one's a little bit floaty. Going on the far end, but you know, it's fine. Right now I don't need that there. Yeah, pretty easy. And it just makes things look a little better, a little bit more clean, I guess. Now I still have all this open room. I don't know what to do with it. I'll figure that out later. There's 2 beds for a reason. Every time I come in here to take a sleep or take a nap to pass the night, frickin' Dr. Galen is sleeping. That's all he does. He walks around for 5 minutes and then sleeps.
You can pass the
That's
night.
pretty much his routine. He does nothing. There's a lot of stuff that you can't get just yet. Like the farm bed here. Let's see, I forgot what it's called. That would be farming. The seed bed. Fertile soil. You can only get that here. And you don't go here until you defeat Richards. It's part of the quest line. Revenge is best served cold. It's part of that quest line. So after you defeat Richards, you talk to Dr. Galen, and then he sends you out and about to Iron Foothills, which, by the way, is dangerous. If you're going over there, it's dangerous. Just letting you know. It is super dangerous. Now, let's see the disassembler. This is amazing to have. You wouldn't think so, but it is. the amount of crap you accumulate. Like, I got a bunch of stuff in here. I don't know if I want to get rid of these just yet, so I'm not getting rid of them. But you get materials at it: copper, iron, hide, all kinds of stuff. So if you don't want something, you just click it, disassemble it, and you get your stuff back. It's convenient, and it frees up some storage. It's definitely worth a build, and it's cheap. It doesn't take much to build it. Disassembler, it takes wood, clay, and copper ingots, so it's relatively cheap. Now, as far as fast travel points, I think you're allowed to put down, oh man, what is it, 10? You know what, can I just build one real quick? It should tell me. I can place 4 more, and I think I have 6 placed. I don't remember how many I have placed. I think you're allowed 10 or 8, something like that. In the early stages, it doesn't really matter where you put them. You're pretty much stuck in this area. I mean, you can go out and about and explore, but the further out you go, the more difficult it gets. But they're super cheap and very, very handy, very helpful. All right, now let's talk about ships. When you first start it and you first get your big ship, which is I need a bigger boat, do this quest line right here, and you'll get this one right here. It's all around a great boat. It gives you options to make more. Once you build the wharf, it's part of the quest line, you'll have the wharf. And you can build 3 different variants. The Ketch, which is what we have right now, the Brethren, and the Blackbeard. Now the original Ketch, look right here, 50,000 hit points, 19 speed, 28 cargo, 3 guns, 12 pounds, and the restoration is low. They're all low on these 3 ships. Now you got the Brethren variant. The hit points are huge. You're going to go a little bit slower, and you're going to have cargo size of 36. Now, it's probably worthwhile to build this ship. And as you can see down here, it takes nails, wood, coarse fabric, and rope. It's pretty cheap to make. I just haven't needed it. I might build it just for the extra HP, but it already takes so long to travel in a ship. I don't want negative on the max speed. I like this one. I think it's a well-rounded ship. It's pretty good. Now you can go with the Blackbeard Ketch, but the hit points drop drastically. The speed goes up, but you're going to lose cargo. This is basically a powerhouse. You can do 12-pound or 24-pound cannons. So obviously, if you're going to do this ship, you would want 24-pound cannons. Why would you go with 12? The problem is, you're going to be lacking hit points and cargo. If you're going to run with that ship, you're going to want a ton... Oh, wait, I can go in here. Manage ship. You're going to want a huge amount of combat repair kits because you're going to be just smashing these buttons. I still think the Ketch is great. There's really no need to craft any of these other ones unless you want this as your playstyle. If you want a powerhouse, all damage, then go with this one. If you want decent speed, decent hit points, and decent cargo, I would go with this one. If you're just looking to survive, I would just go with this one. The cargo is nice, but I don't want to lose the speed. I know it's only 2 knots. I mean, if you think about it, this is only 7 knots faster than that little tiny dinghy you first start in. Now, upgrades, you're going to start off with the 12-pounders, all the tier 1s, the level 1s, and the hull bracing. That's where you're going to start with. This one, that one, and this one. Now, you can get these, but you need to level up your factions. That brings us to the factions. We will talk about this guy here in a minute. It's part of the factions, and this is
Ships under your eyes,
huge.
Captain.
Early game stuff right here, you're going to want this merchant. Now, factions.
More sail, more speed.
As of right now, early game, the most important 2 to have are the Buccaneers and the Smugglers. In my opinion, you can do what you want. Play your game, I'll play mine. But the Buccaneers and Smugglers are key to not only ship, but your the merchant, and some key upgrades on clothing and armor.
Helm's yours, Captain.
As you see, I've found a few things. I've been playing without you guys. This is not right. So some of this armor, like these right here, damage resistance. If I remember right, I think I got these from the smugglers. And I need to find the fourth one because I want this. Grants bulwark effect. The first few hits you take do not interrupt your actions, which is amazing. Right now we get stun locked like crazy. I want this in my life real bad. I have a great sword, which is amazing, by the way. The sturdy halberd. How do you say that? Halberd? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I gotta let my cat in.
It's pretty tanky. You can block a lot, but it is really, really slow. Dueling Greatsword is great, and I do have it upgraded to level 7. Right now I'm out of smithing flux. And running low on rough hide. Which leads me to the merchant. We're gonna go see the factions here in a second.
Boots sound fast, but they're
Look
steady.
at I just ordered all this hide. I didn't order 10. I ordered times 2, I think, or times 5. I ordered times 5. Each one of those has 20.
Let's love up on ya. Well, you're just a good
Look at the
kid.
hide now. That's freaking amazing. I love that. Okay, let's go to see the factions. What we're gonna do is fast travel to their location, not Tortuga. And you can go there for all their factions, but you can't sell anything there. You can only buy. So all the factions are here in Tortuga, but you can't sell anything. So we'll go to Buccaneers, which I believe is right there. That's the Buccaneers. Come in here. Here's the buyer. So as you're going out, you collect just random stuff, like the items that you would want to sell.
Let's wear you whole.
And this is where you'd sell it.
Don't think
Here's the
too
bounty.
hard, friend.
They,
Let's see
all
what you've brought.
all factions take the same thing up here to increase your reputation with them. They all take the same items. As you can see, I have none because I've been trying to max them out. But the Buccaneers, they have some really cool stuff.
Strong hands need strong gear.
First and foremost, master tools, which is fine, but you don't need to be a level to do any of that. But once you hit level 2, you have access to the merchant contract, animal products. You can see right there, always available: crab meat, bird meat, dodo, and feather. And then coastal jungle threat eliminated, you'll get meat, rough hide, boar tusk, animal fat. Once I eliminate the threat in foothills, we'll have the wolf fang, goat horn, and Bezor? I don't know how to pronounce that. It's from a goat. So this is important. This is absolutely important. It makes life so much easier. And then of course you got your armor here, but also with the Buccaneers, that's where you get your cannons. You get 3 options of the 12-pounders here, and once you get to level 3, you have options of the 24s and the 36-pounders. Actually, you have... Was that 4 options? 1, 2, 3... 1, 2... No, each one has 3 options. And they all have different, I guess, stats. So hitting a target with more than 50% of volley applies raked effect for 25 seconds. All damage dealt to affected targets is increased by 10%. Pretty cool. I think the one I have is tempered, the 12-pounder. After reloading, waiting 6 seconds before firing increases the next volley's damage by 40%. To be perfectly honest, I never wait 6 seconds, so I'm not getting that perk. I really should choose something else. After reloading, hitting an enemy within 4 seconds increases reload speed. That actually would be great. Hitting a target with more than 50% of all volley applies raked effect for 25 seconds. See, this would be good too. Why did I take this? Doesn't make any sense why I would take that. It's probably good for some people, but I don't have the patience to wait 6 seconds. Really should just buy that. 1300, you know what? We're gonna do it. I'm buying it. But anyway, all vendors will have some form of decoration stuff. Like this is a clay and logs base set, pillars and fences, clay walls, furnishings. So yeah, this is why the Buccaneers. No wait, are we at here? Yeah, Buccaneers are. It's a must-have.
I'm gonna pause
But
this
the
guy while I'm stepped away. Well, at least it drained. Dinner soon, kitty. Anyway, seems okay for me. I'm not going to dwell on it. Yeah. Do I have an unopened package of parts? Yeah, this I don't want. I'm gonna run some water through this just to see what happens. I have a will, can do so. Okay. Okay. I am. Oh yeah, I'm putting stuff on the boat.
Helm's yours, Cotton.
It is the fast travel bells and the shovel. Yeah, and this I will keep 2 sets of spare ammo in there because yeah, in that way I can always just shoot guns forever. And then okay. Next, I don't know. I've been playing this game a lot, like all day, and I kind of feel like playing something else, honestly. I just don't know what it would be. I think I would like to play some Starfield, and so I will pop out of Windrose here. It's been fun to play Windrose for a long time. I will take a look at the viewership of Starfield. The viewership of Windrose has gone down. 165 viewers, so we're just going to drop it. Just chatting. Yep, just chatting. Done. And, hi, kitty. You want to sit? You want to sit? Is that what you're getting at? Yeah? You want to sit on my lap? Oh, sorry, kitty. I didn't mean to bump you. Oh, my kitty. Oh, she left. Okay. Okay. So, now, yeah, I don't think I want to play this game anymore. I played it a lot. I filled 8 boxes of loot. I'll do the same tomorrow. I'm just, take a little break that, So I'm not going up under Starfield. I'm just going to switch to just chatting here. Just chatting. Save. And I haven't played Starfield in a while. It'd be fun to play a gun game. Ugh, my arm. Oh, it's so bad. Yeah, a bit better. Actually, I don't know. That was better. Never mind. How I had it was better. There we go. Hi. Get off my table. Now. Get off my table. Off my table. Go, go. Thank you. Kitties are not for tables. Oops. I moved myself in here. You good little kitty. Yeah. You good little kitty. Hi. Had you have fun out there? Yeah? Nice to be able to go out of doors, huh? Oh, here, it's been 5 minutes. I was just trying to... I'll tell the story in a second, but I gotta go turn off the water. Well, it's draining. It just takes a little while. Sooner or later, I'm going to have to get a new plastic tube. Oh, no, I do want this on, but I want the top one off and another one over. It's nice to take a little break and not do any wow. I don't want to do any wow anymore. You know what I want to do? I don't want to do any WoW or Windrose anymore. I was going to load Starfield, but I actually think I'm going to play some... Oh, yep, sorry. So, I don't want to play any WoW anymore. I want to play some Eve. Oh, I haven't left. Damn it, I haven't left. Oh, here. Oh, no. This one we want to quit mission. No wonder. So, oh, and now I don't have my thing anymore. Yeah. Okay, back there again. I don't know if I lost a bunch of games. God damn it, when my drive crashed. I shouldn't have taken somebody else's drive. I should have asked for a new one. So, I don't know if I have Oblivion Remaster anymore. I don't know where it would be. Yeah, I don't know where this would be. I don't know. Do I have Oblivion Remaster on this drive? I don't think I do. No, I don't think I do. I think I lost my fucking install of Oblivion Remaster, which is so fucking bad. God damn it. Where is that? I don't remember. It used to have a quick launch here, but it's not here, and I think that's because the drive is gone. It might not be on my E drive. If it could be on my G drive. It could be. No, no. Oh, that's a thumb drive, is it? Hey, get off my table. Off my table, please. Off my table. Go off my table now. Off. Thank you. You want to sit on my lap? No. You sure are a feisty kitty. No, I don't. Well, I guess so. Yeah, I guess I do want to play that as opposed to Oblivion Remaster because it's not optimized anyways. Yeah, I don't have the Elder Scrolls or Oblivion Remaster in here. I think it was on my F drive, which is so annoying. That's so annoying. Well, I don't know. Yeah, like I guess yeah, that's that. I'm gonna do my 76 daily and just do other stuff. So autopilot.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Alright, so you want to build some cool ships in Starfield, but you're getting a little lost in the shipbuilding. Don't worry, that's completely normal. Shipbuilding is one of the best parts of the game, but it's not exactly beginner friendly. In this video, I'm going to be breaking down everything you need to know about shipbuilding. How the builder works, where to get parts, merging techniques, advanced building tips, and how to design ships that just don't look like flying bricks. This is going to be an all-inclusive guide, so if you're new to the game, you'll learn everything you need to know about shipbuilding in this one video. And for you Starfield veterans, I have timestamps throughout the video, so you can skip the topics you already know about. And with that said, let's get started. I'm going to start off with the basics first. In Starfield, there are 4 different classes of ships. You have Class A, Class B, Class C, and Class M. Now when it comes to vanilla shipbuilding, we only have access to classes A through C. The Class M ships are basically like the capital ships of the game, and you can't fly them, nor can you build them, unless you have mods. Now ship class is determined by what class of reactor you use. Class A reactors are the cheapest and the lightest ones that you can purchase, but they offer the least amount of power, hull density, and they generally have the slowest repair rates. Essentially, they're meant for smaller, lighter ships, like fighters.
Class B reactors are the middle ground reactors where you have a nice power to mass ratio along with a moderate repair rate and hull rating. Then you have Class C reactors which offer the most power, but with that comes a higher price tag, more mass, and size, because the Class C reactors are 2 levels in height, so they're generally meant for medium to larger ships, or for when you just want to build an overpowered ship. The other components that make up the ship systems also have to follow the class rating of the reactor as well. But as you gain access to the higher classes, you'll be able to use parts from the lower classes. So if you're building a Class A ship, you'll be restricted to Class A grav drives, engines, shields, and weapons. But once you unlock Class B shipbuilding, you can install both Class A and Class B parts. And then when you unlock the Class C parts, you can utilize any parts from the lower classes. Now, shipbuilding is the most expensive thing that you can do in Starfield, so you're going to need to have credits on hand in order to start building ships. You can always use the Frontier as a foundation and continue upgrading it, in which case 50,000 to 100,000 credits is a good starting point. But I recommend having at least 250 to 300,000 credits to really build something that you're going to enjoy flying around. You're also going to want to invest some skill points in the piloting and starship design skills, which are both in the tech skill tree. Right off the bat, you'll be able to build and fly Class A ships. But in order to use Class B parts, you need to have Piloting 3 unlocked, and for Class C parts, you need to unlock Piloting 4. The best parts in the game are locked behind the Starship Design skill, so the more rank you have in Starship Design, the better you can optimize your ships. And a quick tip for the piloting skill: when you're creating your character, choose a background that already has piloting as one of the default skills, like the Bounty Hunter background. Then start the UC Vanguard quest as soon as you can. Once you're taken to the combat simulator at the start of the quest, any ship that you destroy during the simulation counts towards the piloting skill requirements. You can continue to reset and replay the simulator until you've destroyed enough ships to rank up the piloting skill. It takes around 15 to 30 minutes depending on how proficient you are at ship combat, but this is definitely the quickest way to level up the piloting skill early on in the game. Now, Starfield Shipbuilder doesn't have a save system or a blueprint system, so once you've started building a ship, you're not going to be able to exit the shipbuilder unless you cancel all the progress you have on your ship, or you have all the basic requirements met for a complete ship build. So, at the bare minimum, every ship needs a landing bay that connects to a cockpit and a docker through the use of a hab or multiple habs. You don't need to have a direct path, but you need to ensure that your hab placement has an interior connection from the landing bay and the docker to the cockpit. You also need to install landing gear, a fuel tank, an engine, a reactor, and a grav drive. Weapons and shields are the only ship system components that aren't required to exit the ship builder. But if you fly around without them, you're going to lose every single ship combat engagement that you encounter, so it's always recommended to install both on your ships. Your landing bay and your landing gear determine what is the floor of your ship, and they must be aligned on the same Y-axis level. Otherwise, you're going to get an error for this. And unless you have mods that affect these, you can only install one of each of the reactor, the grav drive, and the shield for ship system components, along with one landing bay, one cockpit, and one docker. The minimum number of engines, fuel tanks, and landing gear all depend on how heavy your ship is. The heavier your ship, the more of each you're going to need. In Starfield, power system management is based on allocation. Your reactor comes with a certain number of power that can be allocated to each of the 6 systems on your ship, and each system can utilize a maximum of 12 units of power each. What components you choose to install will determine how much power is required for those systems to operate at full capacity. The less power you allocate to a certain system, the less effective that component becomes. In the case of the engines, the less power you allocate to them, the slower the boost speed is and the recharge rate for the boost is. Effective top speed is also slower. For the grav drive, the time it takes to jump is affected, so the less power you have, the longer it takes to initiate a grav jump. Now in most cases, if you need to draw power from any one system, I always recommend pulling from the grav drive because it'll still operate with 1 unit of power. It's just going to take a few seconds longer to initiate a grav jump, which really isn't a big deal. For the shields, overall shield capacity is affected, and for the weapons, recharge rate is affected. So, outside of missiles, ship weapons in this game don't have any sort of magazine capacity. It's all based on a recharge system, and the recharge rate is determined by how much power is allocated to each weapon system. When you're installing a component, pay attention to the max power stat. That number is going to tell you how many points that component requires. Remember, each ship system can have multiple weapons and engines, so the maximum number that you can have of each is determined by that max power number. These numbers are going to range between 2 and 6 depending on the module. So let's say you want to use these Class C Obliterator Alpha Beams, which use 4 power each. Then that
I don't like the music in this guy's background.
means that you can install up to 3 of these particle beams on your ship from one of the weapon systems. If you want to install these Sal 6830 engines, then since they only require 2 units of power each, you can install up to 6 on a single ship, or you can mix and match the engines with other engines as long as you're within the 12 power limit. Now outside of 1 or 2 quest missions, power management mainly pertains to combat situations. So like I said earlier, if you need to add more power to your weapons or your shields or your engines, it's best to draw power from your grav drive since that's not needed for combat. One thing to note, if you max out every single ship system, there isn't a single reactor that can fully power all the systems in the vanilla game. The 2 most powerful reactors in the game are Class C reactors that only generate 40 power, but there are a few ways to increase power output from your reactors. If you max out the Anutronic Fusion skill in the Science skill tree, then you're going to have 5 extra points that you can use for any ship that you're piloting. Having either Vasco or Andromeda Kepler as part of your crew will also add an additional point, because they both have the Anutronic Fusion skill as well. Unfortunately, their skills don't stack, so even if you have both crewed on your ship, you're only going to get 1 additional point from the both of them. Recruiting Samco will automatically add an additional point specifically to your engine systems due to his piloting rank 4 skill, and recruiting Omari Hassan will automatically add an additional point to your shield systems because of his shield systems rank 3 skill. So, in total, you can actually have up to 48 power depending on your reactor and your crew selection. There's also non-companion crew specialists that you can hire. They're not going to add power, but they do provide buffs to your ship's performance and combat abilities. When it comes to ship stats, you're going to see everything listed at the bottom of the ship builder. Now, every part that you add to your ship is going to add to the hull rating and ship mass. And mass affects your jump range, your mobility, and your top speed. So, as you add parts, you're going to notice that your hull and mass start to rise as your jump range decreases. Your ship's top speed and boost are also affected by this, but it's only noticeable when you're flying in-game. Adding more engines can help to mitigate a loss in top speed, but because engines are pretty heavy themselves, adding too many will also negatively impact your jump range. So, finding the right balance between component selection and performance is key, and this could be tailored to your preferred playstyle or whatever role ship you're trying to build. Now, I'm not going to break down how the math works for each component, but there are a few things that you should know. The top speed numbers in the ship builder indicate what the non-boosted top speed is of that particular engine module. However many engines you add to your ship is going to determine your ship's non-boosted top speed. And again, mass affects this, as does your skill rank in the engine system skill. The Class C engines all have a top speed of 130, Class B engines all have a top speed of 140, and outside of one set of Class A engines that has a top speed of 180, they all have a top speed of 150. When you're flying around in your ship, the bottom left corner of your HUD is going to show your current speed in the game. Now you can combine different engines and even classes of engines, but your overall top speed is going to be capped by the larger engine class's top speed. So if you install Class A and Class C engines, your effective top speed is capped at 130 for all the engines. Now your ship's mobility rating is determined by maneuvering thrust. The more maneuvering thrust a ship has, the tighter the turning radius and turning speed. And just like top speed, your rank in the engine system skill as well as the ship mass determines your mobility. This stat is going to mirror the top speed numbers in that Class C engines have more maneuvering thrust than Class B engines, which have more
There's a
maneuvering
Grafton
thrust than
monster
Class
down
A
there, and
engines.
that's no good.
Your ship is going to have a sweet spot when it comes to speed and maneuverability, and that's indicated by this lighter section where your thrust output is. Maintaining this speed will give you the best maneuverability when you're flying. The faster you go, the wider your turns will be. And real quick, if I'm being honest, top speed is not that important in this game. You should focus more on having better mobility. You would think that having a faster boost speed and top speed would be beneficial for ship combat, but in reality, mobility, weapon damage output, and shield capacity are far more important for combat. For the grav jump range, 30 light years is all you need to be able to cross the full length of the star map. In most cases, Class C grav drives will be able to cover this depending on the mass of your ship, while Class A and Class B grav drives are going to require a minimum of 2 or more jumps to traverse the whole map. When you're jumping to another system through the star map, you'll be able to see which systems are within range of your grav drive. And one last thing here, in the ship builder, you're only going to see one cargo rating, but this game also has shielded cargo, which is required if you want to smuggle contraband. It's easy to lose track of how much shielded cargo you've installed, but you can find the total amount in the ship selection menu. Ship combat in Skyfield blends a bit of arcade space combat with some space sim features. Aim assist is going to help you fire directly at ships after you've locked onto them. And to destroy a ship, you have to deplete its shields to damage its hull. There are a total of 5 different weapon types in Starfield, and with the exception of missiles and EM weapons, Class B and Class C weapons also have turrets, which will automatically lock on and fire at enemy ships. For weapon types, ballistics have one of the largest selections in the game, and they're most effective against ship hulls, while lasers are best used to disable shields. You're going to see some crossover damage between both of these weapon types, but ballistics are generally meant for hulls, while lasers are meant for shields. Then you have particle beams, which many would consider the best weapon type in the game, because they're basically ballistics and lasers combined, and they do the same amount of hull and shield damage. The fourth weapon type is missiles, which do the most damage overall, but they're the only weapons that have a magazine capacity. The magazine recharges, so you have an unlimited amount of missiles, but the magazine capacity is there to balance the weapon out. And then the final weapon type is electromagnetic weapons, which do direct damage to ship systems without damage.
His music is really annoying me. I can't do it anymore. Stupid ass bad AI music. People don't think 76 is good. I don't really understand that. It's a nation snallygaster. That's not too good. Oh god, what was that? Something on the roof. Oh, no, someone down on the ground. I can't aim. It's so annoying. I should maybe bust the psycho. I have all kinds of aids now, right? Spooky plans for a meat hook. Now I'm back at the fire department. There's at least a, there's a bench in here, I think, but isn't there? Yeah, I think there is. Because I'm full, and that could get me killed, and I really don't want to die. Yeah, they're much better.
Applicant should report to Hirahan, Chef Beatrice, for final examination.
No lockpicking, right? Because I have no perk, which is just terrible. I need a level. I can't lockpick anything, which is fucking terrible.
Physical
I'll have to spend the next 2 levels or 3
score.
levels in it.
Acceptable.
And I've hit the wall, I can't pick any locks, and that's very bad. Thought I heard human feet. It's funny when you do find somebody in here. I wonder if I'm the only one here. I probably am. But I like that. Whatever. Having a 76 server all to yourself is actually crazy. There's loot. But it looks like it's surrounded by a bunch of murderous robots. And I think you have to pick those I think you have to pick these this thing's lock. All those robots out there want to kill me. This playing drums like an aggro, like a mid-level enemy, but... There, this thing. Weird without bats, but I like it.
Welcome, recruit, to your final exam. I'm Hank Madigan, fire breather lieutenant. Exam simple. Reach the bottom of the mine, hit the emergency beacon down there, and come back up. All you gotta do is survive a little slice of living hell, all the scorch that call it home. Now, I get this is extreme, but we need to know if you can hack it before you got half a dozen other people counting on you. But you're not going in empty-handed. Along with your suit, you've been issued a modified 10 mm. We figured out the scorched aren't big fans of depleted ultrasight.
Autopilot engaged.
Field trip to AMS HQ to figure out how to make this stuff, but it's the most effective tool we found for putting them down. Sometimes
Warping to Stargate.
use.
Warp drive
Strap
active.
in and move out, recruit.
Approaching Stargate.
Oh, I can't die here or I go back really, really far. I have to put down a base.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
And then suddenly I'm just safe in the sandbox. I can't really lose anything anyways. It's not real PvP.
Autopilot jumping.
Fuck, I think my once human install was on F, and that's kind of annoying because now I have to like completely reinstall it. Go into this. This was a good session.
Approaching station.
I love bunkers. No, wait, I don't need to sleep up because I'm going to log. I'm just going to drop off the Discord.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Isn't there like a vendor around? Oh, I could teleport to the mall. Yeah, what I'm trying to, yeah, because I can always go back to my base. I can go to the mall and sell. I love that. That makes it so much easier.
At your service, ma'am.
I am here to... Can I jump to the rusty pick? But I don't think I have the rusty pick. Fuck, I can't remember where it is, for one thing. Did I miss it? I think it's right there. Well, in any event, I'm here to sell...
Are you ready for the thrill and excitement?
Junk.
Life in a post-apocalyptic hellscape. By popular demand, this month's creative learning classes are on. Wilderness survival. Courses and crafting materials are now available.
Okay, so that did reduce weight, but not by very much. Oh, there's some of it.
Prepare for danger. Prepare for adventure.
There's a combat shotgun, which is good.
Life is an adventure. Are you up to the challenge?
This is an automatic scorch pistol. It's not that bad. I don't think I should carry it, though.
Artisan's Corner has everything you need to make your next survival project a success.
Some of this stuff really weighs a lot, and it's out of my spec. Ironically, the shotgun is my spec. How heavy is this thing that I'm wearing? It's light. I can carry this thing, yeah. And this is automatic, is it? So, got some work to do on Fallout, I guess.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to station. Warp drive active.
There's another submachine gun. It's level 15. Oh, there's, yeah, that, wait, or I thought I had that, but no, I guess I bumped it, yeah. So,
Approaching station.
it's actually... If I throw the grenade in the corner... Yeah, that's a bit better. But some of this stuff... first of all, let's see about modifying this thing. Nope. It's no good. I'm gonna sell it.
Artisan's Corner is the place for creative hands-on learning, and the Wilderness Survival Experience is our most popular program yet.
Docking permission requested.
Okay,
Docking
that's a
permission
bit better,
requested.
but I don't know. I don't know if I can really rock all of this. Yeah, and this should have been the submachine gun, but instead it's like...
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
We can make it drugs, like the psycho buff, I
Autopilot
guess.
disabled.
And then
Waypoint
switch out
reached.
for the submachine gun. Make it drugs again. Yeah. That's okay. And then just gonna double check and make sure that all the weapons I want are gone. Stack weight is 17 pounds. That's what it is. That's part of it.
Artisan's Corner is the place for creative hands-on
I
learning.
didn't realize these things were so heavy.
Wilderness Survival Experience is our most popular program yet.
There, that was 8 pounds, yeah. Sell a weapon. Nice. In Fallout 76, where can I buy the plan for the submachine gun? Authentic local goods.
refrain from theft, looting, assault, murder, or trampling the flowers. Guest security is our priority.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oh, the newsstand, okay. God, I wish you could get information correct.
Approaching Stargate.
What's a long pew? MG42 light machine gun. 3,000 though. Single action revolver, rolling pin. Oh, I don't have enough. But at least we did track it down. He does have submachine guns, so I don't think I have anything to sell. I guess I could sell purify water and reach his cap limit. That would work. So we'll just make a fuck ton of purify water or whatever. But there's no cook here, so I'll have to go back home.
Warp drive active.
That's okay.
Merchant contract for animal products. It's great. Now let's go see the smugglers, which I believe right here, Smugglers Waters. It's up here. Now the smugglers, they have the same thing. It's a buyer.
I need to know where you got it.
Each faction buys different things. Like this guy is buying all this stuff. I just sold all this stuff. I'll show you exactly where I got it here in this video. This is the bounty agent.
Let's keep this quiet.
All factions, like I said, take the same thing to increase your reputation. I am now level 3 with the smugglers.
I protect what's
Handle with care.
But the cool part about this is not only do you get more armor, damage resistance, which is what I want. That's what I have on. But you have the hull bracing for your ship. Grants 5 stacks of standfast over time. Taking damage consumes 1 stack, reducing incoming damage. This is actually a good one. This is where it gets cool too, because you have 4 slots for 4 different perks on your ship. I currently have Silence the Guns, which I don't know. I don't think I like it. How much do I have? 1,000? Should I even buy another one of these? It's so expensive. I think I'm going to, though. Let's see. This one is if you neither deal nor take damage for 2 minutes. That's not a thing. Destroying an enemy ship within 50 meters restores 30% ship health. Repair kits by 30, guard by 200. 3% ship health every 3 seconds while out of combat. And then this one. I'm not sure which one's better. I'm gonna wait off or hold off. And then of course you got decoration stuff, roofs, pillars, planks. But this is why smugglers are important. It has all your ship perks. So Buccaneers and Smugglers are the first two you need to worry about. Now, for cheesing the game, it's super simple. We're gonna go to Foothills. You can cheese it anywhere you want. We're gonna go to Foothills because it's really dangerous over here. Okay, this island is really cool. Everything here is super strong. There's goats that will kick your ass. There's wolves that are no joke. Most of the stuff here requires an iron pickaxe. So you're gonna have to complete the Richards questline, which will get you sent here. And then you'll be able to mine iron. You can mine iron with a copper axe, or a pickaxe. But that's it. Oh, there's a wolf right there. Crap. No. Get away from me. This is not the spot. This is not the spot I was thinking of. We're going to die. Okay, you lost interest. Alright. Well, I need the hide anyway. Well, actually, no, I don't. I need the wolf fangs. So we'll do it right here. Go in here. Go to floors and walls.
Docking permission
Use stone.
requested. Docking permission
Don't
requested.
use bark or any of that. They'll break right through it. Let's go right here. So we're going to do that.
Docking permission requested.
And just build a basic. Now with animals, you don't need the big walls. But the only reason I have got accustomed putting these here is because a lot of the times
Autopilot
the
disabled.
guys with guns can shoot you. Like, this gives you something to hide behind. And just like that, you're safe. It doesn't matter how many are around here. You'll be safe. And you can jump right over that. Now let's go and attract them. Here, puppy, puppy. Come on. Yeah, just like that. You're totally safe. Every once in a great while, they might like glitch on top of each other. What?
Oh, duh. Why didn't I think about just building up where they can't get to me? Fucking dumb.
Oh, there's a dude over there. Oh, he's fighting a wolf. Hey, no, 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 no. Those are my wolves. What the hell are you doing? No, stop it. No. Okay, I'm running back over here. He's got a gun. By the way, if you get shot by one of these guys, it'll drop your health by about 50%. Well, I guess we could just watch the fight. Who's gonna win? Hey! Oh, that was cheating. Come here. Ow, fucker.
One clean shot.
He's still fighting both. Oh, he's gonna die. I'll take the resources that they're... Yep, there he goes. Now we'll kill these guys. And then we'll go collect his loot. Just be careful. Every now and then they will hit you through the wall. This just keeps them from continuously charging you. Did I get him? Yep. There we go. That's how you cheese it.
That's a good tip. Yeah.
It works great. Let's come down here, grab all this. There's wolves everywhere. All right, I'll meet you at the big location and show you all the cool stuff. As you can see, I haven't even finished it. I need to unlock 3 chests. Oh, here we go. But this is a perfect example of how to cheese all NPCs. Even the ones with guns.
They'll have to program these mobs to jump over these things.
Now, they can hit you through the wall. They just can't get...
I don't like this, I don't like this guy. I don't know.
through the wall.
We'll hear everything he has to say. I will jump up on something, but I will not wedge myself in like this. No.
Please refrain from theft, looting, assault, murder, or trampling the
So I should always carry wood, I guess. Oh, I got the plan.
Welcome, recruit, to your final exam. I'm Hank Matt.
Meat hook.
guest security is our priority.
Oops. I'm actually liable to see somebody here, so I should just leave now that I've got the plan. This is probably the most likely place on the entire server to see somebody.
On my mark.
See? That's why it's important to build these tall walls. Okay, the guys with the guns, they're easy. Just dodge out of their attempt to gun butt ya. Yeah, see? But they don't really do any damage to you. Not enough to worry about. You can just heal through it.
Why is your health bar not on the screen?
Nailed it. Oh, we got gunpowder. We got 52 now. Right after you kill all
Aren't
the
I at
sergeants,
the Rusty Pick? I am at the Rusty Pick. How did I
collect a
build
bunch of stuff. They're called ancient.
a thing
relic
perfectly at
keys,
the
I
Rusty
think.
Pick? That's cool.
Ancient foothill key, and you're gonna need 3 of those because there's a hidden chamber under here, an underground chamber with all kinds of stuff in it. Let's see. I think I can just run down there.
I'm looking
There's a bunch
for
here.
like a Fat Man or a rocket launcher or interesting weapons like that,
Get
explosive
in there.
weapons.
And we're in. And my cheese is still here. That's amazing. So I have 2 of these because this guy throws grenades. And this allows it so if one does go past me, I can just jump in here and be safe.
Alright, so
Okay, so they're
I have a
paying 0 attention
medic's
to me.
short
I put that
flamer.
Fire
So I will
thing there, that
unfavor
candle.
this
Oh, see,
short
there's his
flamer.
grenade.
Medic short flamer.
And then you get
Use
some
short
pretty epic
combat
loot, but you can only
rifle,
do it
does
once.
58
I've tried it.
damage.
And yeah, you can only do it once.
It
Now
doesn't
let's go
have
talk
the rate
about
of fire
Richards.
I want. And a
He
harpoon
is a
gun.
pain in the butt to beat.
Harpoon gun's good.
Oh, before we leave here, oh, there's one of them goats. They are such a pain in the ass.
203 damage, which
They charge you and run over you.
and an
You
assassin
find stuff
short
like
pump
aloe,
shotgun.
tomato plants.
I got a Fat Man.
What was that?
I got a Fat Man.
Oh,
That's
there's a wolf.
fucking perfect.
There's sulfur. Actually, is that a sulfur? Sulfur looks a lot like stone. Unless it's on the actual mountainside. And, of course, iron. Loads of iron around here. But yeah, you'll find flax seeds.
I got what I wanted.
Oh,
Fucking
and the
sweet.
trees. There's a special kind of tree you need
That's
here.
so good. That's
So
so
you gotta go
good.
find those trees.
That's so good.
Yeah, I found the trees. Also, I found sulfur. I'll show you what it looks like. It looks different when it's on the ground. So this is sulfur. Looks like a rock face. And then over here,
Oh, if you equip it, you can do
If
it.
I'm
Oh,
right,
good. Thank God.
there's
So
usually sulfur on the sides of these rocks. That's just what, yeah, right here. This is what the sulfur looks like. Now, sulfur is what you need to make gunpowder. Sulfur and ash. I don't actually have the schematic to make gunpowder just yet, but it should be coming up. And we have some wolves here. But I did find these trees. These are special trees, and you need iron tools to get them. Here's an iron axe. And you also need iron pickaxe for the sulfur. Those wolves are here, and I don't like it. I think I have a cheat. Yeah, I have a cheesy pin over there, so I guess I can kill the wolves, but I really just want a couple of these divvy trees. It's hardwood, and you get bark out of it as well. So you get tree bark, regular wood, and hardwood. Alright, let's see if I can do this again. I don't even know if he can repeat it. I do have video of me beating him, but I figured if I could repeat it, then you could just watch it live. Or not live, it's recorded, obviously. Open the gate. Let's see, is he in here? Yeah, he is. Alright, so... Yeah, I know. I found out the hard way. He's got a few different moves. That one. Oh.
There is 0 health bar.
Really,
Oh, I wasn't looking.
just
I didn't have to
dodge.
scroll up.
Dodge. And then he throws grenades. Just run away from those, and he comes running after you. Oh, he dodged that. He does run at you and grabs you by the throat and then steps on your face. So that's fun. If you can get rid of his shields, it puts him in a stagger. Yep, just keep your stamina up. Make sure you pay attention to your stamina, because you need that to get out of his way. And after each of his attack, just get a few swings in. Oh no, he might actually get me. Yep.
Send me best to Davy Jones.
Oh, actually, I guess I forgot to turn off the...
Why would you put this in the video? Anyways. Oh, look, I got what I wanted. Fucking sweet. I want the Fat Man, I want the Short Flamer, I don't want the Harpoon Gun, it weighs too much. The pump shotgun's actually probably really good damage, it's like, yeah, 200 almost, but... And the Short Combat Rifle. Down to 175 out of 200. Maybe a legendary melee weapon would be nice. Gamma gun. The Gamma gun. It's got 71 damage. Let's test the action on it. It's not my spec, unfortunately. Let's keep it. I kind of do like it, though. It's an interesting weapon, if nothing else. I don't think I want these grenades now that I have a Fat Man. The Short Flamer I'll just recycle when I'm full. Yeah, we'll break that. We'll break that. The Somerset Special, it might be really good, actually. 134. Yeah, but it's got a bad hitboxes. Oh, god damn it, that's somebody else. What did I hear? What did I hear? I don't know what I heard. I thought I heard somebody in here. It's gunfire. I can't believe how cheap that is. Swear to God, I heard gunfire. And somebody creeping around. In any event, I want to go in my base where it's safe. Oh no. Where to get the plan for mini nuke? Oh, really? Okay. Oh, you have to have demolition expert to 4. Oh, okay, okay. White Spring Resort. Check the roof of the guard shack in the main entrance. One often spawns there. Okay. Oh yeah, the ammo converter. Yeah, I can just do the ammo converter, huh? Ordnance Express, yeah. Okay, well, so the Fat Man's worthless to me until I get 4 points in or until, what was it again? Demolition Expert and 1 rank into Science. Yeah, that'll take some levels and stuff. So the mini nuke isn't the... Oops, I thought I saw something now. The mini nuke isn't the solution I thought it would be. So I will put it, or I'm sorry, the Fat Man, excuse me, but so I will put it away. It's pretty heavy for one thing. Okay, we're gonna crack all of our machine guns and produce a bunch of machine guns. All the machine guns in my thing are going away. Scrap, scrap. Yep, scrap, scrap. Then we're going to, I got stuff off that, so we're going to craft. Oops, I wish I had my lights on. Have I slept? No, because I was going to log. So let's go sleep before I do this, because I'm just going to make a weapon and then leave. Okay. Okay.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Okay, I am creating ammo. Oh no no. Am I making ammo? No, I'm making guns. Guns. Okay, I want to craft
Approaching
guns.
Stargate.
Machine gun, submachine gun, level 25. Medium quick eject, large drum, muzzle brake, suppressor, what's that? Is that all you can give me? Reflex dot. There's full stock. Ah, damn, you gotta bust a lot of these to get all of them. Recoil compensating.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to
Large
station.
quick eject,
Warp
short light
drive
barrel.
active.
Scrap chunk to produce cloth. Okay, now we craft a whole bunch more submachine guns.
Approaching station.
So I have all the unlocks, I think, unless something's really rare. Maybe level has something to do with it. You can only get a certain amount of attachments at a certain level, maybe. It appears that I have run out of unlocks. But I did get a bunch of them, which is good. Souping up a submachine gun with a large barrel really helps in this mode.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested.
Nice, I got a level off of it, which is cool. That's how it helps me go towards demolition expert and science and all that. Maybe I will buy. I'm gonna buy science.
Docking request accepted.
I want science. Yeah, science. Yeah.
Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
First aid, gunsmith. I don't know. I like gunsmith, but I think science is better. I can always repair the weapons. That's okay. Science. Increase energy damage, which makes that other gun more viable. I don't think I'm gonna do. I hate the reload on these pirate weapons. I love the guns. They're really good, but I hate how heavy they are. Or no, this one's actually really light. This thing's light. So I don't know. I'd rather have a dragon though than a blunderbuss. So yeah. Wait, what did I put away? It was, yeah, I do want to put it away. Though. I want to pull out that, oh yeah, that's, oh yeah, this usually is 50 out, does it? But I'm not looking for the Dom Pager. I'm looking for the short gamma gun. Let's see if we can mod that thing. I kind of doubt it, but you never know. Are we at the next one? Yes. Good. Any HyperNet stuff? No, no interest. Stuff. Maybe this presidential mining burst might go. Medic short flamer. The nozzle. So I want to make a submachine gun. What's this? I didn't know I can make 10 millis either, so that's also a really good automatic weapon. But I don't know. I don't think it's... I think that Dom Pedro pistol is better. Oops. Than any of the other things I have. I need a level 25 submachine gun. Okay, so weapons, I wanna take a look. Yep, I wanna see what I can modify. Still the standard receiver. I should have had more, but oh well. Standard barrel, short light barrel, short stock, full stock. Oops. Oh, recoil compensating stock. Large quick eject drum. Standard sights, glow sights, reflex dot. No muzzle. I'll take a suppressor. No appearance. I feel like I could make more. Like, it's kind of weird, but I feel like I can make more. It's dumb, but I do believe I can make more. It's dumb, but I think I could. I think I could break a few more of these. If I scrap the Dom Pedro pistol, will I get any kind of mods from it or learn any mods? Ah. Okay. Okay, that's enough for now, and then I go crack all those. There's some limit or something. I guess this is all I can learn from submachine gun right now, which is weird. I feel like there's rare ones that you still don't have that good of a chance of getting, but Don Pedro pistol. Wait. It's not my spec, though. But, no, I don't want the Don Pedro. I want the, How much does this weigh? 3 pounds. That's not bad. Oops. So... Juggernaut short gamma. I need gamma rounds. Isn't that way cooler? That's way cooler. Standard dish, standard grip. Fallout 76. Where can I get the recipe for gamma gun? Or plan, I mean. Grom. The Naga power plant, huh?
Autopilot engaged.
Or Monago, I think it is.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
In high risk mode, you can't actually use weapon mods correctly, right?
Approaching Stargate.
Oh. I want to try the action on the pistol again. This is so much better. This was so worth doing. Way, way better. That's going to be much better. Oops. I love that shit. That shit's dope as fuck.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Okay, well...
Approaching
Go
Stargate.
do that mountain. Or that mine, I mean. Somebody did... Maybe I should encourage them to take this presidential mining. Like, if I spend 70 mil... $35 times 8, it's 240. 8 times 3 is 240. Yeah, 240. Another 32, maybe like 35 times 8. I asked for like 240, something 280. Or was it 3? Yeah, it was like 280, I think. So if I put 70 mil in, I still get 210. Going west to the fire breathers thing.
Autopilot jumping.
Wait, am I full? What am I full of?
Warping to
Oh, all that steel.
Warp
Yeah.
drive active.
I mean, can I sell that? I don't. If I can't sell it, then over encumbered. Damn it! I better just drop it, maybe. If I need more steel, I don't think I do. I don't think I need steel in this mode at all. I don't think I need any of this. Yeah, that's steel scrap. It's 100 pounds. Yeah, I don't think I need wood scraps, honestly. 136 out of 215, that's good. She's moving lightweight.
Autopilot jumping.
Fuck, I sold all my water.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Most players right now are frustrated with the new update, but after reading through tons of comments, I realized something important. The problem is not just the update itself, it is how people are interacting with it. So a lot of the frustration, like spending too much time in inventory, getting overwhelmed by junk, or feeling stuck in progression, actually comes from not understanding a few key mechanics that completely change how you should play. So in this video, I am going to show you several practical tips that directly solve the biggest issues players are complaining about right now. Let us start with the #1 complaint, inventory management. A lot of players feel like they are playing an inventory simulator instead of the actual game. But here is something most people do not realize. You do not need to manually sort everything. When you are disassembling junk, you can actually select all and then cancel the prompt that pops up. This will automatically disassemble only the items that are meant to be scrapped while keeping the important ones safe. Instead of spending minutes checking every single item, you can clean your inventory almost instantly. This alone that are meant to be scrapped while keeping the important ones safe. Instead of actually select, you do not need to manually sort everything. When you are disassembling junk, you can actually select all and then cancel the prompt that pops up. This will automatically disassemble only the items that are meant to be scrapped while keeping the important ones safe. Instead of spending minutes checking every single item, you can clean your inventory almost instantly. This alone cuts down a huge amount of menu time. Now another big issue people are facing is the confusion around reverse engineering and tech progression. Many players are trying to reverse engineer everything they find, which is honestly one of the biggest mistakes you can make early on. If you are playing fresh and unlocking your tech tree, you do not actually need to reverse engineer every artifact. Instead, you can just use those items directly in your base. This saves you from having to hunt for specific key materials just to rebuild something you already had. Then later, when you have more resources and less pressure, that is when reverse engineering becomes useful. This ties directly into another complaint, which is progression feeling slow when collecting tech points. The trick here is to be selective with what you reverse engineer. If you know you are going to need certain facilities or items in bulk like securement pods, storage units, activators, sanity gummies, or adrenaline, then those are worth reverse engineering early. On top of that, you can combine reverse engineering with tech invention using materials you already have. By unlocking smaller tech pieces this way, you can actually speed up your tech level progression and gain enhancement points much faster than just relying on random drops. Now let us talk about clutter, because this is where most players feel overwhelmed. Not everything you loot is worth keeping, and this is something the game does not really tell you clearly. For most construction items or low-value facilities that barely give you any points back, you can just disassemble them immediately or simply use them and move on. The key here is to pay attention to buff facilities. If you find one, those are extremely valuable. You can either use them directly in your base or reverse engineer them for a large amount of tech points. Everything else? Do not overthink it. Scrap it. This also applies to consumable junk. A lot of players are holding on to way too many random items that they will never use. Most of these can be safely disassembled without any downside. The real key to managing inventory is not organizing better, it is keeping less in the first place. That said, there are a few items you should always keep because they provide real value. Things like parcel boxes and craft boxes can give you useful items when opened. The all-purpose hand is especially important now since Eternal Land Repair is no longer available, so you should always carry one. Items like ammo packs, camouflage bags, and goods bags directly improve your inventory efficiency, which helps counter the weight issues players are struggling with. And things like old currency can actually be used to trade for high-tier weapon parts, which is huge for progression. Speaking of weight issues, this is another major frustration players have right now. The game feels like it punishes you for looting too much, but there is a way around it. Before going on loot runs, you should always prepare with items like featherweight whim potions, anti-gravity milkshakes, and backpack expansions. These significantly reduce the burden of carrying heavy items, especially
I actually really like this mode. It's like I need another level in lockpicking because I don't have it. And I have to go farm, like White Spring is the only real option. I can run around here, but I don't know where to go around here. But I do know where to go for White Spring, so we're going to go to the exterior of White Spring and go across the street. Yeah, and I'll kill Scorched, I guess, around the White Spring in the hopes that I get a level, because I need lockpicking to even move forward in this quest.
Artifact facilities, which have extremely high weight. The best part is that these items can be found early in settlements, so you do not need to wait until late game to start optimizing your runs. Finally, let's talk about progression, because a lot of players feel stuck or slowed down.
Yeah.
One of the best ways to bypass this is by doing loot runs in high-level settlements as early as possible. You can actually obtain Tier 5 weapon parts and armor linings much earlier than most people think, especially in scenarios where the map is fully unlocked from the beginning. This lets you skip a huge portion of the grind and gives you a massive power spike early on. The only exception is more restricted scenarios where progression is gated, but in open scenarios, this strategy is incredibly effective.
I think once Human was on my C drive. Let's see what's on my D drive. Galaxy is on my D drive, I guess. Hearthstone, Horizon XI. October 29, 2021, huh? No, I don't think I have a copy of Once Human anymore. I think that was on my E drive. Well, yeah, cause in here we don't have like a lot, right? I don't think so. I don't think so. Yeah, so okay, I guess I have to reinstall Once Human, which is annoying. I think I will switch back. You know, I spent $25 on my main character doing a battle pass just so I could get some skins on my alt account, but I have skins on my main account, I guess.
There's no problem too big to solve.
Oh yeah, you say that now. Wait till I pull whatever's over here. Right to your feet. You say that now. There's no problem. Oh, there it is. Run. Okay, guards, help me. Fuck is he? Oh, I can't aim because of my arm. Fucking so annoying. I don't think I like this shotgun compared to this other shotgun anymore. Although it's nice that it freezes things. That's good for certain really big mobs. Yeah, science was a good point to spend, actually. Look, yeah, this gun's fucking... I knew this gun was good. I was like, that's a good gun. So cool, I love 76. In some ways, it's sometimes more entertaining than Starfield, really, because it's just so... It's just even more random, wacky, like Fallout 4. I've done this place many, many times, but it's never the same. It's never the same thing. You always come from a different angle. Oh, how was that, frog? Oh. This thing, it appears.
Hey there, metas. Great to see you all.
Oh, this is one.
It's
This
why
is
we're
them
here
themselves,
again.
huh?
Raid Zone has been live for 6 months now. We've been thrilled to see more than 1 million metas jump into the chaos.
A million?
And fun
Yeah,
of
right.
raiding.
You're
We've been
tripping.
keeping a close eye on your matches, and one thing
That's a
really stood
lie.
out to us. In Raid Zone, we keep seeing clever raids, bold plays, and underdog wins. The way you all approach the mode made us realize something. Raiding doesn't have to be all about brute force. Sometimes it's just plain fun. That got us thinking, maybe Raid Zone could make room for even more kinds of players? So on April 23rd, we're rolling out a new Raid Zone update to open up even more ways to enjoy raiding and make it easier for new players to jump in. In this update, there'll be gameplay updates, rewards, and events. It's gonna be a blast. We want every meta to enjoy raiding to the fullest without feeling held back. Let's start by showing you what we've been working on lately. We've noticed that Raid Zone right now throws new players and longtime survival veterans into the same battlefield. When that happens, experienced players with better aim or stronger raiding knowledge usually end up controlling the pace of the match. That can make things rough for newer players. So, based on your feedback, we're introducing a new mode split system. It will include 3 modes: Explore, Standard, and Hardcore. You'll be able to choose the one that fits, kind of survival experience you want. And one more thing, we'll also be launching...
I didn't hear what he said, damn it, because the wolves attacked me.
That can make things rough for newer players.
Yeah.
So, based on your feedback, we're introducing a new mode split system. It will include 3 modes: Explore, Standard, and Hardcore. You'll be able to choose the one that fits, kind of survival experience you want. And one more thing, we'll also be launching a solo survival event server at the same time. So if you prefer going solo, you won't have to worry about running into squads. It'll be all about your own skill and decision making. And going forward, time. So if you prefer going solo, you won't have to worry about running into squads. It'll be all about your own skill and decision making. And going forward, we'll keep listening to feedback and keep improving the mode split system. Now that we've covered mode split, let's talk about cheating. In April, we'll be taking our anti-cheat systems even further. Even newly emerging cheats are already being targeted by updated detection methods. We'll also be stepping up monitoring on players that team with cheaters. If you benefit from cheating through your teammates, you'll be penalized too. When it comes to cheating, we've always had a zero tolerance policy. We want to work with all of you who care about Raid Zone and keep the mode fair for everyone. We're always impressed by how creative your survival strategies can get. So to give you even more room to experiment, we're also adding a range of utility items with very different uses, all designed to support survival in different ways. For example, one of them is especially fun: portable diving gear. With this item, you'll be able to stay in frogman form for much longer and become far more effective underwater. It might even open up a way out when things look completely hopeless. As for everything else it can do, we'll leave that for you to discover. Going forward, we'll be introducing new strongholds on a regular basis, each with its own style and resource opportunities. In these strongholds, you'll come face to face with unknown enemies. Your job is simple: defeat them, claim rare resources, and stock up for future raids and defenses. That means control of these strongholds will matter more than ever. So be ready. Next, let's talk about the changes related to deviations. For a long time now, deviations have been some of the best survival partners in the game. They give players powerful supernatural abilities in combat. But we've also found that some deviations are doing too much on their own and starting to affect combat balance. That's not where we want things to go. So we'll be making broader adjustments to deviations to put them back into the role they're meant to play and make them better at supporting you in battle. And that's not all. We've also got plenty of events and rewards coming up. By completing different challenge tasks, you'll be able to unlock a range of cosmetic rewards. There'll be plenty waiting for you. We're also bringing a new mode template to Raid Zone custom servers, Hyper Brawl. In this mode, server hosts can shrink full map raiding down into a single combat zone. In other words, tighter space, faster clashes, and a lot more fun. Around every corner, there could be a fight waiting for you. You'll need smart survival play and solid aim to gear up fast and hold your ground. In the end, whoever controls the whole zone claims victory. And to make the mode even more fun, we're adding more customization options for...
So, okay, I guess I'm going to pop into Once Human and take a look at that, because there's a whole, like, the mode that I was looking at has a bunch of changes. I don't know. I don't know if I should install Once Human. Damn, I didn't know how the gamma gun was that good. Yeah, I think I'd like to install Once Human on my C drive. I don't know if I have that kind of room. I have to go see. I think it's a pretty big client. Space is 136, and I think that's okay. Yeah, that should be okay, actually. I don't know what else is on this. Can't aim. Wait, it's a mole rat fighting a zombie. A lot of mole rats. Oh, I got the whole lot of them. Hee-hee. You. That was awesome! That's one of the best fights I've ever had in 76. Fuck yeah, they paid out 30 caps too, fuckers. Did they drop like those pails or whatever? Let's see. No. Oh, I guess I best make my way to the White Spring sales place because I'm completely full. Or what? I guess I could jump. Can I jump to the mall? Probably not. No. Maybe the mall's closer. Yeah, I think the mall's closer actually. Or well, the mall's in between me and the White Spring station. Oh, the inventory problems. I want to put all my points in strength. Oh, yep, better. Reload here. Okay, maybe this will suffice.
Tours of the White Spring Fire Station are available upon request.
Oh, good, I got down again. Okay, let's go discover the sales place, and then go run the mine and kill all the moles, because I need a lockpick. I need a pointed lockpick to move. Fuck was that? Oh. Weird ass shit, man. One of the things I like about this game is there is a fuck ton of... There's a big mob variation. There's a lot of mobs, and they're different kinds of mobs. I better fight melee, because if I hit a guard, it's over. Where are the guards? Get up. I should get nades. I should carry a few nades. Helps me see them. That was fun. There's a fuck ton of dudes. Where I don't know where the guards are. They killed everybody. Yeah, that pack was strong enough to kill the guards. Sometimes I think I should just sub to this game and pay for custom. Just make it super fucking hard. Like, put my damage very low, put theirs damage very high, and play the game like that with, like, no fast travel. I don't realize how bad fast travel actually is, but, like, all you really need to do is be able to get home and get to a trade hub. But fast travel should be, like, that's why Raid Zone's so good, is you can't fast travel. Like, you can go from town, you can go to your town into a base, but you can't jump to a monument. You have to go walk, and that's why Raid Zone and One Seaman is attractive to me. And if they fixed it, it might be really good. Well, this was a good 76 sessions. Close the door and protect the entry here, and listen for footsteps because somebody could come here.
May I be of assistance?
Okay, so we discovered this place, so we know where it is. Next time I'm in, I'm gonna have to.
And protect.
Oops. Next time I get in, I'm gonna have to level. That's good. It's good. Good to get caps. I spent all my caps on the submachine gun. It is good. It is good mode. Maybe I can get a level. Yeah, I probably can't get a level. I can get my lockpicking and move on with the quest, I guess. Or at least, you know, I feel like I got something really good done. Fuck was that? How did you not die? Fucking weird. You got a good chunk of me, too. This one feels like good, like tense. Combat's good. Because you can't have bats to cheat. Psycho or anything? No, I should have went to the chem machine. Oh shit. How are you hitting me? You are not hitting me. The thing that's so annoying about 76 is they force this terrible bloom on you. You know, I didn't think about it, but... Oh, I got my point, did I? Okay, so I need perception into lockpicking or whatever it's called. Pick lock expert. 3 unused points, which is just insane. At least... oh, no, never mind. Okay, no unused. So, crack shots. Well, because we're aiming down sights. Yeah, I did get crack shots. So, small guns. Yeah, I got crack shot. And then reload speed. 30% more range and accuracy and stuff, yeah. Well, I got my level. I gotta go in. I want to go back in before the respawn, so we will go back to my base now. Or, I don't know, I should sell maybe while I'm here. Because I'm like right here at a vendor, and I should just get all this weight off me. There's a rocket launcher, dude. Liable stock and severe receiver for what? Okay, I will go sell at the station. Let's get the rocket launcher, dude. rears his head. What's this? Wolves or something. Rad roaches. I don't want to get involved, I'll just hit the robots. the mall guards are getting attacked by rad roaches. It's such a weird game.
At your service, man. At your service, man.
Goddamn bug, open the door.